uncharted territory. Emerging here for the first ranking final of his career. Without doubt, it's the biggest match of his life. And his dad is with him here to watch. This talented 20-year-old is lean, keen, and ready to roll. He's Yize! The former world champion, the former world #1, back to his very best and back in a big final for the first time in 2 years, bidding for the 24th ranking crown of his career. He's the Thunder from down under, Robertson.
Stirring introductions on a very big day for both of these two. Yes, Neil Robertson has to be regarded as a warm order, a short price favourite. But the history of snooker tells us that all-time greats have been favoured in finals and lost them. It's happened to Stephen Hendry, RonnieO'Sullivan, and the man whose name is on the trophy, Steve Davis, and my co-commentator Joe Johnson knows all about that.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Yep, I was a massive underdog, that's for sure. He was well favoured. And as Phil Yates, favourites lose sometimes, not always. I just hope it's going to be a very good game. Good attacking play, good safety.
I think the most impressive thing about Neil Robertson is the fact that he's arrived in this final having lost only 5 frames. He's won every match with his opponent getting a single frame. 3-4-1s.
Frank hits the first frame.
A 5-1 and a 6-1.
To break.
Just as he did in the semi-finals last night, Robertson will be keen to make an authoritative start.
Well, yeah, you can say it's not the best break-off because he has left a red on. Just depends if he can attack the red and miss the black. Cue ball not close enough to the cushion, but it looks like the cue ball is going into the black, so playing the safety. Neil Robertson knows how dangerous Yize is. He has beaten him head-to-head. Favours Robertson 2-1. European Masters. Yize 1-5-3, so he can do it. He knows he can do it. They're very confident pot, and he was leaving that red had it not gone in. There was no fear on that shot. That wasn't a shot to nothing.
8.
Found the path in and out of balk, and that couldn't have gone any better.
The heavy scoring version of Robertson was certainly on display, as has already been discussed when he played Yize at the Crucible last year. It was Wu's debut, and it was a baptism of fire because Robertson made breaks of 100, 138, and then twice in the last 3 frames he put together a 146, winning
13.
10-3. If he can approximate that kind of form today, hard to believe he could lose.
Well, nothing much your opponent can do about it when you knock one of those long reds in like that.
$20.
I'm sure Yize will stay focused. Wasn't a bad safety. He was kind of forced into taking the long red on. There's no return safety. And you don't want to force this man into playing a long shot like that.
$21. $28. $29.
Yeah, he wanted to be a little closer to the yellow. Not quite on the green for a left-handed player. Just a little awkward. Well, forced that cue ball round the angles there to finish beautifully on this red. Six reds surrounding the pink. Need some attention. I don't
32.
think anything goes there. Possibly a red to the baulk corner.
$39. $40.
If the shot works out, it could be 1 frame, 1 visit, 1-0.
Well, he's on one, I think.
47.
Maybe not. Don't know if the red will pass the blue. It's a little bit unfortunate there. Any kind of a pot, and you fancied him for it. Cueing so well, it's like he's been out there for an hour already. He won't want to take liberties. And he'll try and push a red safe, if he can. Because at the moment, there's nothing safe.
48.
Yes, brilliant. Weighed all the situation up and determined that he may as well have a go at it. The red was on to the baulk corner. What a start this is for Neil Robertson. Start he could only dream of. Knocking a long red and win the frame, and there's every chance of doing that now.
52.
They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. The absence of success for Neil Robertson over the last couple of years must have come as a shock to his system, because he's a serial winner. Been deprived of that of late. So getting back to winning ways, that will feel so good, and that's why he gives the impression of being fiercely determined.
58. $59.
Yeah, good shot. One more red in the colour.
66.
What a start. He'll want to keep Yize quiet, standing in his chair. Won't want him to have any table time whatsoever.
67.
Just made absolutely sure of the black.
$75.
He's made 9 centuries so far this season. Made 41 last season.
Neil Robertson, 75 in the first try.
He's going to stick on those marks as of now. Start. Neil will be delighted with that. He's already his presence felt. Great to see a trophy named after someone who wasn't just a phenomenal player with those 6 world titles, but also he remains arguably the greatest ambassador for the game there's ever been.
Wouldn't argue with that, Phil.
Sitting there looking up to the screen was Neil Robertson's son. We saw him celebrating last night in the moment of victory in the semi-finals.
Yep, there he is, Alexander. So, good break off. Making Neil Robertson study this shot.
Foul, miss. Yize, 4.
Now, any damage I think he may take this red on to the baulk corner. If he puts it back, he could find himself in the middle of that cluster of reds.
Yeah, I think it's important for Yize to play a natural game. Doesn't need to compromise what he normally does best, which is knocking balls, but there, he's asking Marcel Eckhart, the referee, to replace them.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for me, that, because he could have took the long red on. He wasn't leaving anything except the red he was. And if it goes in, he's nicely on the blue.
Yep.
And who knows, could have won the frame there. Got to stay positive. Can't be afraid of what he leaves his opponent. He's got to believe in his own ability. And now he's got no shot.
And the
Just
way
the
these things
safety.
work, Joe, sorry, the way these things work, he was always going to sort out that shot second time around anyway, having appreciated what he needed to do with the first mistake.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that, you know, the second time around he's going to get the shot he intended to get. And Wu is a little bit fortunate there. A fraction harder and that red would have been on to the middle. He hasn't got to be afraid of going for his shots, staying attacking. That's what's got him here.
The English Open has a habit of producing. Robertson hoping that will continue. If Robertson does prevail today, he would be the 6th consecutive, either former or current world number 1, to capture this title, and he would be the 8th straight world champion.
Looking at a possible 3-ball plant to the right corner. There it is. And that looks on to me. He'd have to hit the right-hand side of the red as well, looking at it. It would reverse. And obviously, he'll play the cue ball back down the table.
of course, with the time difference, it's prime time back home for
Yeah, you agree on a re-rack?
Yize.
Yep.
Plenty of people will be watching, and maybe plenty of people will be a little relieved that we're not going to have a tactical stalemate there. The two players looked at got involved as well, and I think that's entirely the right thing to do, to call a re-rack. One of the great aspects of modern snooker is that these extended bouts of meaningless safety. The two players have mutual agreement, they get on with it, and re-racks occur a lot quicker now than they used to.
Yeah, we've seen re-racks go down to the blue, haven't we? All the red's gone. Yellow, green, brown. And on the blue, we've seen a re-rack.
Is playing in prime time at the moment back in China. Lots of eyes will be upon him. He's from Lanzhou, the capital of the Gansu province in northwestern China. It's on the banks of the Yellow River and on the northern Silk Road. Massive city that's produced a massive snooker talent.
Put the lighting back on. Thank you. Second frame, Yize to break.
We had a small problem there, Joe. The lights went off temporarily.
Well, this time, the break-off, not as good as the last one. Could be a red onto this right corner if he can miss the black. Well, didn't miss the black. Well, the easy red has gone safe, but there is another red to the right corner. Not quite as easy. And you are going to need the run of the ball to win tournaments, there's no doubt about that. And Neil Robertson certainly got it there. His first ball sounded good.
1.
But this is not straightforward so far. There's his father there, watching on. Goes with him all over the place. That's a cracking pot and he played. That cue ball would have been in the balk area had he not got the full ball kiss. So obviously he did play the kiss. Stay on this red to the left corner.
9.
Very good. But this isn't straightforward. Yes, he can go into the pack. He can play a little cannon. But it's not straightforward. Couldn't land ideally on this red to the left corner.
16.
No, that wasn't a good second flick. And the cue ball going in off.
16.
And as I said earlier, you need that little bit of run. Very attacking shot that he played, opening all the reds up, but no idea what was happening to all the balls there. But that second flick sent the cue ball in off. Without the flick, he'd have been on a balk colour.
And when you go into the balls with such gusto, I'm afraid that's occasionally an occupational hazard. So unlucky. And in so many respects, Wu has done Robertson's work for him. No balls to develop, just pick off.
Yeah, he's got to concentrate on the black with the pink and blue in difficult positions. That shouldn't be a problem for a great positional player like Neil Robertson.
9. $16. $17. $24.
In many respects, for someone as good as Rob in amongst the balls, this is an exercise in connecting the dots.
$25.
Yes, he's very good at staying focused. Concentrates on the easy shots as well as the difficult ones. Just a touch of left-hand side
32.
to miss that red and finish on choice of reds.
$33.
Yeah, as we look at Yize, he was very unfortunate. Played a very attacking shot. This is the shot again.
40.
But that second flick on the red took that cue ball into that baulk corner.
41. $48. $49.
Yeah, just showing the grip of Neil Robertson. People hold it with the whole hand. Some people just use the fingers and some people play with a light grip.
57.
So just looking at the scoreboard, 45 points the lead. Another red and a colour. Should seem safe. Nicely played.
59. $60.
Brown puts him 52 ahead, with just 51 left on the table.
$64.
Would dearly love to see this red in.
65.
All doubt about the... Sensibly removed.
He's seeing them, isn't he?
70. 71. Green ball. 71. 92nd frame.
Yize suffered a very unfortunate. Neil Robertson with the rest, his second 70-plus break, 2-0. The lights were dipped in between frames. And I think that's symbolic of Robertson's career of late. Seems as though he's going from darkness into light.
Well, you can consider it a good break-off when you don't leave a long red to go for. In this day and age, you leave a red sticking out, it can be end of frame, as it was in the first frame. Neil Robertson knocked in a long red, end of frame. That's from Yize.
By the way, what a smashing venue this has been, Joe, for the English Open. From the very first day of the very first tournament here, you just knew the crowds were going to be good. In fact, they've been better than good, they've been exceptional.
Yeah, they certainly love the snooker here, don't they? Well, that's a good safety, but he has left a red on to the left corner. Black not available to the right corner. Now, can he see enough of that red? I'm not sure he can. And even if he can, difficult to get to a colour. And it's not worth the risk for 1 point. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see enough of that red. And as I say, it's not worth the risk. The cue ball's going into the reds. Now, brilliant. And somehow he's got that cue ball out of there. No emotion from his father there, but
1.
That was an exceptional pot.
Green ball.
I didn't think it was worth it, but proved me wrong. Well
Yize.
short of pace.
1.
Didn't play to pop the green, played to drop in behind the brown. Well, I can't see this red going to the right corner, otherwise Wu wouldn't have played that shot the way he played it and leave that red on if he missed the snooker. Another mistake. And again, nothing easy left for Yize. He's made a couple of mistakes, but got away with it.
Yeah, that could have been very expensive. Still might, but only with a really good opening pot.
Well, he was very positive in taking that long red on, wasn't he? But that's because maybe he couldn't see a safety. There is a safety that he can play this time round. It's a very difficult pot to take on. The one red below the pink. Looks like he's playing it though. Yeah, nicely played. And again, he's been a little bit more fortunate in landing on the colour. The blue is on, but again, pressure. Nicely played again. Well, after what's happened to him already,
6.
those are two really good shots to stay positive and play them.
Seven.
Now, imperative he doesn't miss an easy ball while he's in. Neil Robertson's shown him the way.
Twelve. Thirteen.
The pink not available into either of the corners.
Eighteen.
Nothing's gone straight forward for him so far in this mini break. A little switch to left-handed.
Nineteen.
No, has he gone far enough? Body language says yes. Crowd giving him all the
25.
support he could wish for. Again, left-handed. Oh, that
26.
just squeezed in, but he's nicely on the pink.
He's actually scored more heavily this week than Neil Robertson. He's made 3 centuries so far, 2 against Ali Carter, 1-2-6 and 1-2-3 in the last 32. Also made a 108 against Judd Trump in that quarter-final victory.
Yeah, these 4 reds just to the right of the black are all covering one another. But he's on one.
32.
Pink will go to the left middle, so doesn't need to do anything fancy with the cue ball here.
$33.
Black also available. Well, what a good constructed break this has been so far. But it's important now he finishes the job.
$41.
He's done all the hard work. Like a little trickier than it should have been. And a nice little cannon onto the red to hold for this red to the right corner or the one
48.
to the middle. Oh, that's what he
Yize.
cannot afford to do.
48.
Miss a simple red to the middle. He was going so well.
Ishpreet Singh Chadha did that a couple of times in their semi-final, and it cost the Indian player. Will it cost Wu?
Well, if you can pop a red here and get onto a colour, they're all there, aren't they? Nothing safe. He did all the hard work.
All very well to dominate the first two frames, but if he could steal this one, it would have far more psychological impact than either of the previous two.
Well, sometimes you never get over those type of shots if you're punished for them.
1.
A little straight on the blue, but he's got the advantage of the red to the right of the pink. So I fear the worst here. Ooh, is that?
Six. Seven.
And this is where Robertson's vast experience is so invaluable. He appreciates from such involvement in so many finals the vital importance
13.
of fully exploiting this chance to really hurt his opponent.
And make no mistake, it
14.
will hurt. And it would take a special kind of person to get over that.
$21. 22. $29. 30.
He looks in a mean mood this afternoon, Neil Robertson.
37.
He actually doesn't look like missing. Everything is going in the middle of the pocket.
$38.
If Yize is looking for potential problems for his opponent, he doesn't have much solace, does he? OK, the green's off his spot, but it's perfectly accessible.
$44.
Yeah, this is the simple red, and it was just a simple red. It's a lack of concentration, maybe a little careless, taking it for granted. Well, the wrong side of the blue. I can't see it being too much of a problem. It's a natural path to come back up for the yellow for a left-handed player.
$50.
So he needs up to and including the blue.
But a couple of minor positional movements in succession have left a little more complex than Robertson would have liked.
$52. $55.
Well, the balls are there for the tip, and he's took them. Again.
59.
Well, he needs the blue, and he should have been better on the blue.
64.
No mistake. And this is going to hurt Yize.
$70.
After the outsider missed the red to middle, there was nothing Wu could do. Neil Robertson forges into a 3-0 lead. And I'll tell you what, if Neil Robertson were ever invited onto Desert Island Discs, he'd be saying, I like the 70s. So far, he's made breaks of 75, 71 and 77.
Yep, and the break-off, not the best. He's brought the red down the table. It is cuttable to the middle, not easy. Possible. I think that's the first ball he's missed. And it wasn't easy.
Yeah, I think it's a measure of just how good he's been so far that the crowd seemed stunned. Oohs and ahs when he had the temerity to miss one.
So what kind of mental strength has Yize got? It's good to see him go for that long red. Played it in such a way that he wasn't leaving anything except the red he played on. He could be tempted by this red. In fact, the safety is very difficult. Again, he could only leave the red he's playing on. And he's done just that. Left the red on.
Unofficially, the first day of autumn. It never rains, but it pours for Yize.
1.
Robertson in again.
Yes, he'd like another break here.
Six. Seven.
So leaving an angle on this red to bring more reds into play. If this works out, he's going to be opening the reds up.
15.
Couldn't have played that much better, but they didn't really split as open as what he expected.
One of Robertson's great abilities, because he is such a heavy scorer, he's well accustomed to spending at the table.
23.
Now, when you do that and you're consistently potting, the one thing you need is very sharp and unrelenting concentration.
So he's got to try and leave an angle on the black at some stage. He's got a couple of reds still to play for, but he might decide to go into them from this next black.
Thanks. 31.
Not the best angle on the black to go into them from. So I may play for that loose red.
One trait of this table this week is they're playing that particular shot off the top cushion. You've got to give them a thump. And Robertson is well equipped at doing that.
39.
So it's going to be on this shot, you would think. Perfect angle to go into them. It's not the best pack to go into from the black, but we'll see how he plays it. It wasn't easy. Now, is that red going to finish over the middle? Well, as said
46.
previously, he's getting the run of the ball. Now, can he see that red? Well, that camera angle shows us he can. It's thin.
Half a roll more, Joe, that would have been a formality.
I still think he can pot it. He can't control the cue ball as well as he would have done with another roll on the red. No, he doesn't think he can. But that is not the best
Robertson, 46.
safety shot he's ever played. And that's a terrible shot. That's the first poor shot he's played. Imperative that Yize takes full advantage here. Well, you can't afford to miss them. His head must be in bits after the last frame, but, you know, he's going to get chances.
Let's not beat about the bush, though, Joe. That was a sitter. That was a shocking miss.
1.
Yeah, I don't think the interval can come soon enough now for Yize. And Neil Robertson was up out of his chair like a greyhound there, wasn't he? He's got one more loose red, and if he can land on that red,
7.
it releases another one to the right corner. So his choice is whether to go into them here or play for that loose red. Chose to go into them and missed them completely. I don't know how he's missed that lot. And he has.
12.
Just looking at the gap that he found, it didn't look possible. And not easy to get a good safety here. Looking at a possible plant. Trying to take that cue ball back down the table. Oh, right in the middle. Right in the middle. And he got a very good... Had it not gone in.
13.
Especially cueing off the side cushion like that so awkwardly. What a pot. What a shot, actually.
Yeah, easy enough to land up behind the brown, isn't it? But he wants to give himself some insurance in case Yize gets in.
Neil Robertson.
Pushing
18.
the yellow to the cushion, and that's very clever. Most people would have just rolled up behind the brown. But looking ahead, if Yize does get a chance, then that yellow is going to be a problem. To hit. It doesn't want to hit it too hard and develop a red. It's got to reach as well. It's a long way off.
Neil Robertson 4.
That's a shot from a man that's in bits. That's better.
It's a long road back into the frame, but there is more than enough for Yize to turn this around. Mind you, the vibe of the match at the moment suggests he won't.
Yeah, I think he needs the break, Phil.
.95% pot success rate for Neil Robertson through 3 2/3 frames. That will definitely get the job done.
Well, that's brought the yellow off and he needs a bit of luck, and I think he's got some. Can he see this red? No, there's confirmation.
Yeah, the complexion of this frame changed in one fell swoop.
Yeah, the clearance is on if he gets the chance. Nothing safe now.
Shot time over a minute, but that's perfectly understandable. Critical juncture of the frame, this.
Yeah, and he's in big trouble. Got to try and cover that red over the left corner. He needs a big bounce. Oh, has he covered it? And the answer's no. So, not the easiest of starters for sure. But it is a chance. Now, he needs to be on a colour. And he's on one.
Can Yize return the compliment with a big clearance of his own? How welcome it would be.
Well, looks like the pink is the ball to me, but he's looking at the yellow.
Yellow ball.
Played into the reds. And he's on. And this is a great chance. .67 left on the table.
4.
.60 behind when he came to the table.
Nine. 10.
I think he'd have a chance in this final if he could make the clearance here. 3-1, it's not too bad. It's looking like 4-0.
18.
And this will show Robertson Wu's temperament. Difficult enough to make a clearance like this to salvage a frame if you're 3-0 up,
25.
let alone 3-0 down.
Yeah, and with what's happened to him, especially in the last frame, missing that easy red. But this is what real, true champions are made of, when they can put that out of the mind pretty quickly. This is a good red to have dropped on. I think he played for the other one, but this will do. Needed to be closer to the black. Try and keep things simple. Played it well. Played it very well. It would be handy to play for the pink here. Get the pink back down on its spot, and it makes the clearance a little bit easier. It can get to the pink.
$34.
And he's played for the blue. Yeah, great shot. Great.
40.
Now, one good positional shot, and he'll be favourite.
$42.
Played it with a lot of side on the ball. Didn't want to be dead. Would you believe it?
Yize.
Dead under the cushion. It should have been 2 each this match. It looks like it's going to be 4-0.
The way the snooker mind works, it would have been better for Wu for Robertson to win this frame of the century. That will be a crippling blow.
Free.
Snooker's required. He was unlucky to finish dead under the cushion. No, it's not over yet. And the cue ball.
Free.
Wow, the cue ball was so close.
I think he was engaging in a little bit of snooker theatre there, Neil Robertson. He must have realised it wasn't going in. But only one snooker needed. It's one of those, Joe. In practice, he wouldn't give this a moment's thought. But this kind of snooker, in this kind of situation, we've seen them missed so often.
It looks like he can hit the brown. Just depends how much he can hit. Could go in off.
Keeps looking to see whether the gap exists. And the hesitation tells us it must be extremely borderline. Looks on there, doesn't it? Still one snooker required, but now only 2 balls to hide behind. At 25 minutes, the lengthiest frame of the final so far.
Yize.
Well, I always say that when you're playing for snookers, you've got to get the object ball safe first. Wow. And that could have gone in off, couldn't it?
Just a few Robertson mistakes beginning to creep in.
And if you can't get a snooker, make sure you get the blue safe. That's the way. Get another shot then. Trying to play for a snooker.
Hope not yet extinguished for Yize. Robertson just wants to get into the interval with a clean sheet.
Blue, really thin, cuts it to the side cushion, baulk cushion. Might have a chance of getting the cue ball behind the back. I don't recommend that. The pink and black was in a nice spot there. Only one ball to get in behind now.
Yize 5.
Well, it's a snooker. It shouldn't prove too difficult, but who knows?
When it comes to laying a snooker on pink and black, better make the most of your first chance, because you may not get another one.
Certainly didn't want the black on the cushion, but if he does get in behind that black now, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Almost impossible now.
This might bring back good memories for Jimmy White, who won his first ranking event after needing a snooker on the pink and black in the decider. And so it goes on.
You could do with trying to play a cannon to the black and just bring it off the cushion. Might be able to do that here. But get the pink safe. It's close. Yeah, good effort. Another good effort.
Of course, Yize obligated to carry on, needing one snooker, that's all. But maybe the end is nigh.
Gotta be careful of the in-off.
It took a while, 33 minutes to be precise, but Neil Robertson's domination of this Bedford English Open final continues on. He leads Yize by 4 frames to 0.
Yeah, good opening shot. Yize. That's a big mistake. Missing the balls on the way down. Got to take full advantage.
1.
Cannot afford to hand Robertson like he has been. Now, various reds he could play for, but he'd like to get onto that red that's to the left of the black spot. The one just above the black. And he's on that red. That was nicely thought out. I say that red because when the black's repotted, as we look at this mist red again, it will be able to spot now and go in both pockets.
Wu's highest break so far, 48 in the
14.
third frame. That really here should be under threat.
Yeah, and it should have been a big break. He missed the easy red to the middle, didn't he?
15.
48. He's got to play with some inspiration, as the boys were saying. But he must cut out the easy misses, the lack of concentration.
22. 23. 30.
The mistakes are few and far between from Neil Robertson.
31.
But if you can punish the rare ones, it will make him think a little.
$38. 39.
Yeah, and I think Jimmy White's dead right. He needs to win this session 3-1. At the very least. Well, he's not on an easy red, but he's on one. And the problem he's got
46.
now is he's got to pot it because the reds are open. I think the cut to the right corner is easier than the one to the middle. No.
Yize.
So it's very
46.
similar to what's happened previously. Yize has been in at another 46 break. He was a bit unlucky, wasn't he, not to finish on an easier red than that. He got into the reds nicely. And had he been on one, I'm pretty sure he would have won the frame there. As it is, he's got to rely on Neil Robertson not splitting those four reds below the pink.
It is, though, a similar feel to the third frame when Robertson cleared with 77. The chance of a clearance not quite so straightforward. Very
6.
much within his range of capability.
$7. 9.
10. just making up his mind here. It's not the difficulty of this shot that's coming up. He's trying to work out the plan to best go about this.
Yeah, he wanted to leave himself an angle on the blue and go into those reds with the advantage of the red over the pocket. That's what he was thinking about. Couldn't get the right side of the blue to play. He was saving that red over the pocket. Now, he's got the angle to disturb them, and I think it's going to be on this shot if this works out. Yep, nicely played. A well-judged cannon, that, leaving himself on the red to the right corner. Well, I'm saying that. It looks a bit tighter. He played for that red.
The use of side to try and coax it in, but I think that's too much of a stretch.
Well, that's the red he played for. He played a gentle cannon to the reds. I think that if this red doesn't go, it's the first time that Neil Robertson's let Yize off. It's the first time he hasn't punished by winning the frame.
Neil Robertson, 17.
I'm delighted with Yize. Now, can he be tempted by the red to the left corner? He's got a couple of reds he could play. One by the pink spot. Just some safety with it. Yeah, he's got a very risky red to the right corner. Looks like he's taking it on. No, just a safety. And that's a little bit of insurance, the red on the right side cushion.
Yeah, two things that Yize needs to do here. One is obviously contain Robertson, but also try and mess the frame around a little. With a 29-point advantage, that would be to his advantage. But the red was only awkward for a few seconds. Awkward no more.
Yeah, good pace. danger here. Yize. Can almost feel him wanting to take this thin red to the right middle. Yeah, somewhere there. If he can put the cue ball somewhere there, he covers both reds over the middle pockets. Yep, he's going for it. This is what he wanted to do. He's in the hands of the gods. And that's another chance for Neil Robertson. He wasn't patient enough there for me. It was a very difficult red to the middle. Yeah, he's got to try and make something happen, but not take on crazy shots.
No red remotely near a cushion. All 6 colours on their spots. Oh, near as damn it.
Five. Six. 11.
The red closest to the cue ball. Now that's one point where Robertson might fall foul, but not after that. That's on the sixpence.
19. 20.
Doesn't want to be straight on the black, and I think he has got a slight angle to get the cue ball down into the baulk area. Yeah, just on the final backswing was the noise in the audience. And rightfully so. Neil Robertson standing back up, reapplying himself.
Please, Robertson knocked that in. Just about
26.
stopped the shot beforehand.
27.
And now really it should be plain sailing.
I think Yize is beginning to feel how Ishpreet felt yesterday when he was running away with the semi-final. Match time, just an hour and a half.
32.
And that's with a 33-minute frame.
$35. 37.
Now, he didn't quite get hold of that yellow. He's still okay, but didn't quite get the reaction he wanted. So a little thinner on the green than he wanted to be.
$40.
Played it with a bit of left-hand side on the cue ball to check it back across the table. He's missed it. Wow, that is unexpected.
Neil Robertson,
Neil
40.
Robertson. Wow. So he can miss. Just needed the brown, really, because he's always going to be bang on the blue, which he needed. This isn't far away from being a snooker.
It was the knock-on effect there, wasn't it? Just not quite right on the green, then a little further away from the brown than he should have been. Even so, the missed ball came as a surprise, and now the frame takes on a whole new complexion.
Yeah, it started with the yellow for sure. It didn't finish on the green, but you know, he finished okay on the brown. So, slight swerve. Don't know where this is going to finish, and it could be over the middle. It could be over the middle. Oh, it's gone safe. Brown behind the black. Right behind the blue. Not hard enough. That was a good chance. I mean, he's a long way off that. And now he could be in trouble. Good safety from Neil Robertson. Not quite a snooker, but still a good safety. He needs brown and blue. If it was just the brown, it would have been worth taking the double on.
Yet another absolutely crucial frame.
Yeah, the double kiss is on. He plays the safety. Up and down, that is. Should be okay that way.
When you missed a really good chance to clear up, as Robertson did by wobbling the brown, sometimes the balls conspire against you.
That's not a good safety. The cue ball could have just drifted slightly before it got to the brown, and he's hit it too thin.
Four.
And he's not going to survive another.
What a terrible shot that was on the brown from Yize. How many more blows can he absorb?
Wow, again. Well, if there's ever going to be a turning point in a match, this could be it. He's had 2 golden chances, Neil Robertson. He needs a big bounce, otherwise he's going to have a tough pink. One good shot.
No problem.
Never easy, these type of pinks, when you need this for your first frame of the afternoon. And rightfully so, just having the cue ball clean, taking a breath. It's just the pink he needs because he's going to be on the black.
11.
Oh, Yize.
Forget absorbing blows. Yize has just inflicted one. Neil Robertson out of the blue, misses the blue. And now Mr. Wu Senior has his smile back. 4-1. And the Bedvictor English Open title is up for grabs today. Until a few moments ago, it was one-way traffic. But suddenly, the Neil Robertson juggernaut is stalled. .37 ranking event finals for Robertson, and this is where his vast experience will be invaluable. Just try and dismiss what happened in the previous frame. Get on with this. But that's much easier said than done, Joe.
Yeah, and to be fair, this is the brown that he missed in the last frame. And the blue, well, just 2 incredible shots that you just don't associate with Neil Robertson. Missing those kind of easy frame winners.
So much else on the line apart from the trophy. A place in the Champion of Champions at Bolton in November. That's a coveted invitation. Also, the winner here, considering the points they've already amassed this season, will be pretty sure to be in the World Grand Prix and the Players' Championship. And for Robertson, victory would give him top 16 status again.
We haven't had many safety battles so far this afternoon. But this isn't straightforward for Neil. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. So thin on the red to get the cue ball back there. Well played, but a big target here. We'll use it. Try and get the cue ball in behind yellow, green and brown. He's looking at taking the pot on to the corner. And a little bit of good fortune there. The red coming back across the table and stopping the attempt at the red to the middle. So just the safety. This has got to be close. It's going to be very close. Yeah, that's a very good safety. Big time. Could have played that same shot, but decided to play the attacking shot. Doesn't look like he can get through the gap, but obviously he can. And found the gap between the reds. And he'll settle for that. Not quite a snooker, but still a good return safety.
So often when you win a frame, you might have been destined to lose. You get in early in the next with a red from distance.
Yeah, like that. Wonderful shot. Oh, can he see enough of the brown? Terrific pot. Well, obviously you can't see enough of the brown to pot it. The yellow, surely too difficult to take on.
Green ball. Yize 1.
Attempting to hit the red on the black cushion and not very far away.
Following the miss. Yize
Now,
4.
can he be tempted by this red? He hasn't even had a look at it.
Yeah.
Slight adjustment. It looks a bit high. That's not the red he wanted, and that's left a chance for Yize.
You see it so often. Matches change in the blink of an eye. And this one's in the process of changing.
Yeah.
People here will have been at last year's final when Judd Trump was miscuing and missing balls, falling 7-3 down to Zhang Anda, and then all of a sudden the light went on and he won 9-7.
Six. Seven.
I don't think he played the cannon to the red, but he'll take it. Now it's happened. Just got to drop this in dead weight. Yeah, just about got the right side of the blue. Only just.
$18.
I'll say it again, can't afford to miss easy balls when you're in amongst them. It's okay if he runs out of position. Can always play the safety. Just slightly awkward cueing. Oh, missed it by a long way.
Yize 19.
What happened there? That was like a golfer topping his tee shot miles away.
It was awkward cueing, wasn't it? But, you know, he's missed that by, well, be disgusted with that. And now he's in Neil Robertson's hands again.
One.
And the way things work, if Robertson can win this frame, what happened in frame 5, it wouldn't be forgotten. But the pain of it would be diluted.
He's got a nice angle on the blue, just to drop it in, come down the 2 cushions for the 2 reds by the pink spot. It's just a natural shot, this. He could have done with
6.
being closer to these reds. Not going to be easy to get to a colour from there. Well, it's made the black a little easier, but it's, again, not going to be easy to get to a red from the blue. Not impossible, but it'd take a good shot. Well, that could have worked out pretty good, although the black's not going to be easy to get to a red from if he does pop this red. So that's 3 shots down the line. The red's tough, but the black's even tougher to get to a red from.
And it's the only viable option to continue the break. Good pot that, especially at that pace.
Yeah, now what? Terrific shot. Terrific pot.
20.
Yize missing that straightforward black to the corner.
21.
Well, not straightforward, he was hampered. Looks like it's going to be costly.
Although, after what transpired in frame
28.
5, I'm not going to count my chickens.
$29. $36.
Not been the most reactive table all week, having to thunder these blacks in.
37.
Yeah, normally he'd swing the cue ball round the 2 cushions for the 2 reds into the left corner. But that red closest to the right side cushion just comes into play.
$42.
And now, despite the fact the red's close to the pocket, this is missable. Well done.
43.
Yeah, good pot. And back in. So these two loose reds should be enough
49.
to seal Neil Robertson back with his 4-frame lead.
50.
It's another frame where Yize has handed it to Neil Robertson. Oh, he's underhit that one by a long way.
57.
Needs another red and a colour. This is the red that Wu missed. Kiss on.
58.
Sorry, the kiss on the blue makes the green a little bit more difficult. And he needs the green.
Green ball.
Yeah, good pot. Excellent pot. He knew that's all he needed. There was no
61.
attempt to try and get onto the red there. The green was sufficient. A nice table for snookers, of which he's in one.
There's an argument to say that Robertson's 61 break there was his best of the afternoon, given the psychological context. And we've seen this a lot. One of the reasons why a few frames have dragged on, because Robertson's put the frame supposedly safe, but Yize continuing on, rightly so, for a snooker.
This looks pretty good.
It's been quite humid all week. Lots of rain in the forecast for England over the last few days, including today. Neil Robertson wiping down his cue.
Not straightforward. Two-cushion escape. Just one snooker needed. Yeah, just. And the pink and black in a very good spot for snookers. Yellow, green and brown also. And even the blue is in a good spot. So this game not over yet. He needs a kiss. And that, very good. And the free ball comes into the equation as well here.
Well, the escape here would challenge anyone.
And if he does miss this, Phil, he could be in trouble. The next shot, it could be snookered again by trying not to leave a free ball. Close.
Foul. Yize 4.
And this is what I was saying, is that he could be snookered again here. And again, not easy to hit this one. And this would ease the pressure of not getting the black or pink off the last red. If you should miss this, you can take more or less anything.
Foul and a miss. Yize 4. Yep.
Yep, it can go back now.
Sorry. So I think I forgot. Yeah.
So, second attempt. Yep, and he'll settle for that. That could have been a lot worse.
Yes, and the 4-point penalty out of the second snooker made no difference because he still only needs one ball, does Robertson.
Oh, what a kiss. What a kiss. It's swervable, but you never quite know when it's going to finish up. But that will do nicely.
It was a good kiss, there's no doubt about that. It also a little safer. And bear in mind, Wu needs them all.
Yeah, he's considering taking it on, but it's one of those that if you miss that, it's frame over. Oh, what a nice little angle that was on the middle pocket. That's where he played the cue ball, but he lost total control of the red. Oh, everybody's having a good look. I can't see how much you can see of the red, if anything. So what a good angle it was.
Foul
It was drifting away, wasn't it?
Wiese 4. Yeah.
You can't hit that. Now, referee's going to have to be accurate.
Has to be said, this is turning into something of a marathon session. Last 3 frames, all really lengthy, but they might have all been quite short. Followed a similar pattern, one player going in front, but unable to nail it down. Then comes the drama.
Well, can he hit the red? He couldn't hit it before. A slight swerve.
Foul. This. Wiese 4.
Now, is this red going to be on to the middle?
Please. Does he?
Doesn't like it. Was the brown on its spot?
Slava Boshilova, the marker for the match.
Maybe just the tiniest little touch.
No
back
problem.
this way. Yeah, that's it.
The majority of matches in professional snooker don't have a marker. When there is one there in place,
It's brown slightly
it
this way
makes
because
this
of the
replacement
short marking.
process
That shot is not on then.
a little faster.
That's not on. Good guy. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Daisy.
Well, he had it, didn't it? I might be able to hit that direct.
Robertson's once healthy lead being eroded all the time.
Delighted with that outcome.
Lengthiest frame of the match so far, eclipsing frame 4, and there's still plenty of snooker to go here.
Now, is this red on? It would take a very good shot. The blue is a little easier now. No attempt at the pot. This is what he played. Had a chance here to get the cue ball in behind the yellow. Maybe even bring the pink into play a little bit more. It's close. Just too hard. A good cue ball. And that makes the situation easier from blue to pink. If Yize gets the chance. It's a good effort. Another good effort. Just over 15 minutes since his last pot, Neil Robertson. Well, that was so risky to play. The cue ball only has to deviate ever so slightly and you leave the red on like this. I thought it looked natural to try and get the cue ball in behind the blue. Wow. Thought it was staying on the lip there for a moment. And it was only the speed that helped this red to drop.
That was the okey-dokey shot. In, out. And I think it shook a few people about before it actually dropped, including Robertson.
Just the pink needed. Need to get ideal on the yellow. So we're back to one snooker again.
7.
And if he can knock in the yellow, it would be 2.
Yeah, doesn't want to let that white ball run around.
Neil Robertson 7.
So many talking points this afternoon. I think, for me, the one thing that will stick in my mind about this session, Yize, as good a player as he is, has been guilty of about 4 or 5 appalling mistakes.
2.
Eases the pressure. Robertson. 30 points the difference. 2 snookers, 2 4-point snookers needed. Well, 1 5-point snooker to tie.
Neil Robertson. 2.
Everything would indicate that Neil Robertson's going to take a 5-1 lead. That would mean he'd be guaranteed to be in front going into the evening. But it's been one of those sessions where the snooker has taken an awful lot out of both of them, and maybe this frame isn't over yet.
Well, so judge that shot.
Foul.
Well, you called it, Phil. It's not over yet, but still
Well,
another
four.
snooker needed. It's going to be close. And so is that. Oh, wow, that was close as well.
It's a frame that refuses to end.
Free.
I don't see any value at all in potting the brown.
Yize. Free.
So many frames have ended up being really nervy, really edgy.
It's close. It's close. Now, can he get to the black cushion? If you can, it's not too difficult, but if you can't, it's not an easy snooker, this. Got to give it a lot of thought. And part of the thought process is, if you miss it, don't leave the brown on.
At this level, it's not just about laying snookers when you need them, it's about laying good ones. And that's what Wu has done.
Yeah, if he misses this, he's got to leave the cue ball on the black cushion, so that Wu doesn't have a chance of potting the brown and clearing up. What a good shot that was. What a good shot. That wasn't an easy snooker.
Excellent. He was composed, took his time, thought about all of the choices, and he played the shot on the nose.
That cue ball's close to the pocket, and what is he doing near there?
Robertson 4 in the frame.
An abrupt end to what was a very lengthy frame. Neil Robertson gritted that one out.
Neil Robertson to break.
After the disappointment of losing frame 5, Neil Robertson will be feeling a lot better. But he's been involved in so many finals, he will know it's important to press home the advantage.
Yes, it was a hard-fought frame, the last one. Neil Robertson was in a very nasty snooker behind the blue. He gave it all the consideration in the world. Thought of all scenarios and attempted to hit the brown, and he hit it well. And had he missed it, he wouldn't. So thought of everything, didn't panic.
Well, he told us what his game plan would be. He's being very careful, very cautious, very professional. Nothing spectacular about the way he's built this 5-1 lead, but he most certainly deserves it. You could say he might be 6-0 up, but then again, you could say he could be 3-3. It's been that kind of afternoon. Incident-packed.
He just played this shot just a little too hard, bringing the cue ball away from the ball cushion. It's offered Yize a half chance. Yeah, never easy, but it was a chance. Got to cover that red nearest the right middle pocket.
One.
What a shot. A shot that was. Yes, he involved. But now that it's gone in, he's got to be brave and go for this black and open the reds up. And that's okay. He's got the red to the left middle.
8.
So important now that he takes what's there and doesn't miss anything easy. And yes, it is easy to say that, but these top players shouldn't really miss anything really easy.
9.
That cue ball needs to keep running. I've got to take the more difficult. Yeah.
The opening red was good to see. That's the embodiment of
11.
what's best about Yize. He's a frightening potter.
Yeah, but it was a well worked out pot, wasn't it? He hadn't left anything. And after it went in, it was nicely on the black.
Twelve. Sixteen.
Trying to become the 7th Chinese player to capture a world ranking title. Zhang Anda broke through last season at the International Championship.
Seventeen.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Didn't really catch the reds thick enough, but he's okay. He's still on this red to the middle. If he catches them thicker, they open a little easier. And he's still on the red to the middle. Just what we were saying. Cannot
Yize,
afford to miss
22.
easy shots. And he's done too much of that today.
one of those smiles when you don't feel like smiling.
One.
And again, another in a long line of Yize blunders. He's missed several really easy pots, and he's botched several straightforward safeties and given Robertson a gift such as this.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, I'm sure Yize will learn a lot from this match. One of the most important concentration on easy balls.
14. $15.
Yeah, we mustn't lose sight of the fact he's still only 20 years of age. He celebrates his 21st birthday next month.
$17. $18.
But I thought, given his skill set and given what he's been doing in his professional career, how he's been, I thought he would acquit himself better than he has. Still time, but it's running out.
$21.
Not ideal on this red. May have to screw back for the blue. Unless you can get closer to the black.
Thanks.
And he could.
22. $29. $30. $37.
We'll be thinking about some of the shots he's missed. But to be fair to Neil Robertson, he has punished, hasn't he? Partly because
38.
he knows how much it hurts to punish a person's misses. And that all helps to heap the pressure on your opponent.
Robertson grimly determined to end that drought, that title drought of his. And when
46.
opponents miss balls like that, he's going to be ruthless.
And rightfully so. That's what the players are there for.
53.
So red colour red should be enough to leave Wu needing snookers
54.
again.
And after what's occurred so far, as he takes a peek at the
61.
scoreboard, you want to see this red in.
Well, this red leaves 2 snookers required. That's 3 snookers. Worth carrying on if he gets the chance, but I don't think he will.
Centuries this week have been unusually thin on the ground for Neil Robertson. He'd love to make one here. It would be
77.
9-4 career.
79. $82. 86. 91.
Absolutely spot on. Position on the blue and pink.
97. 104.
Terrific turn. It is absolutely essential that Wu Yize wins it. Even then, he'll be in a heap of trouble, but there will be a glimmer of hope. At 7-1, you would assume Robertson would be crowned champion later.
An attacking safety would be dead on the cushion behind the yellow. And that looks good. Match time. 2 hours 43 minutes, and that's with 3 long frames in there.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit lengthier than that because the official match time doesn't include the frame that was re-racked.
Yeah, good safety. shorter pace. Apart from the 5th frame, which Neil Robertson handed on the plate to Yize when he missed the brown frame ball and then missed the blue frame ball. He hasn't missed anything easy in amongst the balls, whereas Yize in every frame, except for the first, of course, when Neil knocked in the long red and made 75 off it. Yize has offered him chances on errors in every frame. Having a look at a possible plant there to the right corner. Well, looks on. No idea what's going to happen to the cue ball though if he takes it on. Cue ball's going into the reds, and from there it's anybody's guess. He's going for it. Well, it's a risk to take those for length of the table plants on. And now Neil Robertson in, doing what he does best.
Well, what an opening this is.
Yeah, he's had 5 maximums in his career, Neil Robertson. That's in tournament play, of course. He'll have had hundreds in practice.
8.
And that's after that attempted plant completely misfired. So you called the 147 early there, Joe? I was thinking about it.
Well, the thing is that I'm sure he'll be thinking about it. Although, of course, the frame is all important. So he'll make sure of the frame before making sure of a maximum. In fact, there you go. The pink ends all thoughts of that. Frame more important.
15.
Well, he's made 2 146s against Yize in the past. Maybe he's... No,
16.
I was going to say maybe he's looking for a third. Robertson's 104 in the previous frame was his joint highest break of the tournament. Had a 104 against Jackson Page in his first match here. He's only made 2 centuries. But this could easily be a third.
Yeah, but he's made plenty of 70s and their win frames as well. He's a very intimidating player, Neil Robertson, and when he's flowing around the table, he can be very intimidating. Doesn't look as though he's going to miss, and more often than not, he doesn't miss. The most successful overseas player, and I can't think of another player that's more exciting to watch than Neil Robertson when he's in full flow. This red just goes to the corner.
28.
Yes, he's lifted 23 world ranking event trophies. Next best non-British player on the list, Ding Junhui with 14. Robertson currently 7th on the all-time list of ranking wins. One more than Mark Selby.
Yeah,
So he's in very heady company.
This break needs some thinking about because all these reds are difficult to get onto and it's got to be accurate with this
36.
positional play. And so far he's done just that. Looks easy because the reds are all spread nicely, but he's had to be very accurate.
$43.
You can never feel totally relaxed in a final, but when you're 6-1 up and in the balls like this,
44.
I think it's the nearest state to feeling relaxed.
Yeah, he's given it full consideration because, as I said, all these reds, you've got to get on the next one, ideally, because they're all covering one another. Got to be very, very accurate positional play.
49.
And that wasn't very accurate. And that's
50.
a good recovery.
Every single opponent who Neil Robertson has played here this week has managed to win just a single frame. That's Yize right now. The match, the title slipping away.
$55. $56.
Lovely little cannon to leave himself nicely on this red. Everything just falling into place. He scored heavy today, you've got to say.
64.
And that's been the big difference between... Hasn't missed anything easy, apart from that fourth frame when he missed the brown. He's had 3 70 breaks, 61, 104.
71.
Real punishing stuff. Real intimidating stuff.
72.
And could be back-to-back centuries here. No reason why it shouldn't be.
$79.
Oh, has had his chances.
80.
And I suppose tonight he should just come out and try and enjoy himself and have no thoughts of winning, just to enjoy being out there, playing.
87. 88.
Stories this week. John Higgins became the second to make 1,000 centuries in professional competition after Ronnie O'Sullivan. Neil Robertson, he'll be getting to that milestone. Maybe this season, certainly next. And could notch another one right here. Should notch another one right here.
$95. $96.
The black for back-to-back centuries.
$104. $111.
The 2010 world champion.
113.
The 2021 English Open champion. Has looked like his old self, and that is great to see.
$116.
He would be the first to agree he's been helped by some Yize mistakes.
120.
Some bad errors from the younger man.
125.
But the class of Neil Robertson looks like prevailing.
He wants them all. Superb.
Total clearance, and one has to say, total command. That's because at the end of the first session of this Bedford English Open final, Neil Robertson, watched by his son Alexander, leads by 7 frames to 1.
So Neil Robertson leads Wu Yize 7-1. He was dominant this afternoon. There were chances, a lot of chances for Wu. He'd be disappointed, of course, with the errors. That's in the past. Maybe he can just relax a little bit now, play some of the snooker that got him this far, because he's been terrific the whole tournament. Of course, he's beaten Bingham, Carter, Judd Trump as well, amongst others. Maybe the occasion just got to him a little earlier, but here we are. Let's see if he can start knocking them in from the off and just try and take it frame by frame, put a bit of pressure on, maybe. One. That's a great start.
Indeed, the crowd will get behind him tonight, because they obviously would like to see more snooker. And it could have been a lot closer this afternoon session. Could have been a 5-3 in favour of Neil Robertson. That wouldn't have been entirely unjust. He's got so much talent.
8.
But he did miss a number of easy balls, especially to middle pockets, strangely. But you see him play shots like this and you realise what a gifted player he is, 20 years of age. But it was all a little bit like he was in new territory, and he never really settled, quite honestly, this afternoon. I mean, he likes to go into the bunch hard, and that was one of the problems earlier. He was quite unlucky. He played a shot not dissimilar to that, and cue ball just hit a couple of balls on the way through and went off into the
Blue ball.
the top right, the green pocket. Unfortunately now, This blue is going to have to go in. Seems to me those mid-range shots with his hand on the table, he seems never to miss one. When he's on the cushion like this shot,
15.
One or two other things that have gone wrong. Awkward cueing, that's when he struggled. Certain parts of his game are particularly strong.
Well, I saw Sean Murphy on social media. He went to see the Back to the Future musical last night. I think Yize would like to go back to 1 o'clock this afternoon and start the match like this.
Yeah, he's not on one particularly nicely here. Thinnish red to left corner. Like to have been a lot straighter on it, or might have played on the one directly above the black.
19. $24. 25.
Of course, these finals, it's one match, but it is split into sessions, and there's been 2 hours since the last
32.
one. I think had they stayed out there, it would have been 9-1, 9-2, but I guess if he doesn't miss all night, he could still turn it round.
33.
Well, we talk about a 3-1 lead in the mini session, but it really, even that won't be enough. He's got to win all of these first 4 frames, and then he has some sort of a chance then. Anything else, probably not. But he can't have started any better. He's
40.
knocked in a great long red. He's played 2 or 3 thunderous shots through the bunch. It's reminding everyone why he's here, I suppose.
41. $48. 49.
Mentioned it before this week, but his very long backswing, and that cue come through quite delightfully through the ball, as if the cue ball isn't there, he's just playing right through it. So there's a lot of good things mechanically in the way he hits the ball.
54.
The rest of it just growing into being a leading professional, which I think he will end up being. It's a nice cue action. Long
55.
backswing, and once or twice I think today maybe that long backswing meant that he didn't actually hit centre of the cue ball when he meant to. Put unwanted side on a couple of times earlier. Threw everything offline. Probably due to nerves.
Well, this is his first half century. Nice break this afternoon, 48. So now, just looking to kill this frame off. Clearly decided, you can understand it. It's going to have a go. See what happens tonight.
Yeah, I think he'd like to play on the bottom red into the left corner, but the 2 reds on the side cushion are in the way of swinging it round. Yeah, that isn't the worst outcome, given that he didn't play that
60.
shot well. He didn't mean to go into that red. Still 75 points on, so he has to be careful. Then it's the perfect evening start.
$66.
So this is frame ball.
67.
Well, if only snooker was that simple. like a frame-winning break. He really loved to have done that earlier. But what a great start and great resolve from Yize here. And just underlining what a terrific player he really is. And I'm sure there'll be people here, they may have bought the tickets last year, you know, at last year's event. They want to see some sort of contest here.
$75.
Interesting shot selection, playing the yellow with the rest rather than the green. He must feel there's absolutely no way getting from green to red. Otherwise, he wouldn't be playing this shot with the rest otherwise. Taking the cue ball down the right side of the table. It's running a bit out of position. Whatever happens now in this break,
77.
doesn't matter. It'd be nice if he could get a century. But it is a terrific start, however it ends. It's not over yet, though. And that's well played. And here's the shot. If the red doesn't go anywhere, the one by the pink could pop this red down the cushion, flick into the pink, hoping to disturb the red and be on something, and then the century would be on if he could achieve that.
86.
Well, maybe the red pots somewhere. It goes up into the top left, but maybe perhaps left middle as well. Got to be honest, he's missed a lot of balls into that left middle. Quite easy reds today.
93.
Hopefully this will not be another one.
94.
Well, how about this? A nightmare afternoon, but a dream start to the evening. This pink for a century for Yize. Terrific. If he can just do that another 7 times, he could still win this final. He's still a long way back, but this has been a great effort from him.
105.
Yeah, I mean, where he is dangerous is that when he does go into the reds, you know, it put the fear into anybody, I think, because he opens up everything.
109.
He got unlucky earlier with that in off, but the reds are not going to stay in the bunch. If he decides to split them, they'll be all over the table, and that can be a very dangerous opponent.
120.
So first shot, long red, and he's not faltered.
Yize.
Yize, with a scintillating wins the first frame of the night. Neil Robertson sees his lead cut to 7-2. And he started the night
That's
with
frame 10.
127 total clearance.
Yize a break.
So this is actually the first match of the whole tournament where Neil Robertson has lost more than one frame. All the others he lost, or he won rather, for the loss of just a frame. Tour Championship in April 2022 was Robertson's last success in a ranking tournament. And this is actually his first final since then, so it has been a difficult time. Of course, if you're not getting the results and you've done well on the 2-year system, points come off. That's why he dropped out the top 16. If he wins tonight, though, he'll be back in.
And play the cue ball over in behind the yellow here with that red in front of it. It's not a problem. Can't get to leave the red on. Robertson will be aware of how well that break was made, and you know, not to leave him with his hand on the table, as I say, where he's absolutely lethal. Yize. And he's got to concentrate on his own game, but he's got to make sure that safety is tight, that he plays when he plays it. It's very often difficult for a player in their first ranking final. I mean, we know he's talented, but there was no reason to think that he was going to be, you know, in this final necessarily, because he's not used to being here. It's his first one, so it often means that unless you're an absolutely incredible talent, you know, like a Stephen Hendry or a RonnieO'Sullivan, your first final, it can be a little daunting, and that's what this afternoon session was like for him.
Yeah, we've seen it in recent times, haven't we, in the home nations? Joe O'Connor, Nopin Senkar, Martin O'Donnell. Funnily enough, they all lost to Gary Wilson. But Chris Wakelin last year against Judd Trump in Belfast.
Yeah, and people always say, well, you know, that's it, you've had the experience, your next final will be a different story, but no guarantees that some of the players that have made finals will ever be in another one. It's not as simple as that.
Foul.
You could see from a very early stage that that was going in. Now, obviously, the red isn't up there as it was earlier in the frame, so that would have been easy with ball in hand, but it might be a little consequence, the 4 points, with no obvious red to play next. It's a nice safety shot, that. An attempt to block side of the table, although he hasn't stopped the thin edges on that right side from being hit by Robertson here in safety. Well, it's not really helping either player when the blue gets taken away from his spot like that on a safety shot. Very good. Yeah, Robertson's plan will be to keep Yize down there in the long grass for the duration of the evening, I think. slow start to the frame, been playing about 8.5 minutes and nothing potted. Just those 4 penalty points.
Yeah, just while we watch this exchange, congratulations to Dylan Emery, young Welsh player who's won the second Q Tour event of the season out in Bulgaria. That's a qualifying tour to get back on the pro circuit. Dylan, he's actually the #1 top-up so from the Q school, so he does actually get to play in a lot of the ranking events, but he's not actually on tour. He dropped off, but taking a big step towards getting back on. Of course, Neil Robertson was relegated twice when he was very young, 16, first term pro, got back on, was relegated then on his 20th birthday. Not a lot of fun, but came back on in 2003. Been there ever since, of course.
All in a miss. Yize 4. Back.
Going back, yeah, if you go back to that era, there was a few things that were different and not in the favour of players. Obviously, Neil Robertson, as an Australian, to base himself in the UK in the early days, there was still, I'm pretty sure there were still entry fees. Then you had to enter and pay money for tournaments. And there was no concessions for the first £20,000 as there is now that you earn. You know, it was quite a hard road to be on in the earlier days.
Yeah, and it wasn't a 2-year card either, was it? So, you know, you could drop off after a year. They're just checking they've got the white in the right spot here. Free.
Hostess. Yeah. Thanks.
Once again, a slight error. It's not terrible. I suppose he could have a go at a red, but he seems to have a more cautious approach, not taking on poor percentage shots. I don't really notice much else different about his game in the last year, 18 months, when, of course, he's been struggling. Looks like he's playing out of a snooker here, even though he can see a number of reds. It's a very difficult shot to be playing, actually. I mean, he's trying to hit the top side of that red and send the cue ball back into bulk and the red down towards the other reds. But, as I say, he had many reds that he could hit directly.
Well, the 8 points, of course, from fouls, so this now just under 14 minutes, nothing potted.
Yes, and Robertson's potted nothing tonight because clearly in that first frame he didn't either, so playing about 25 minutes tonight. Robertson has drawn a blank so far, albeit, you know, he started with a very long lead of 7-1, so no need for him to in any way panic.
No, his discipline has been excellent throughout the tournament. He said he's been looking at Judd Trump, the way he's developed his safety game, trying to take inspiration from the other players who've been doing well of late.
Foul.
Well, there's another 4 points.
Slightly unlucky there, I think, because you know he's trying to shape the cue ball round to hide it behind that blue ball. But still, nothing been potted.
I think if John Virgo was commentating, he might have lost his voice by now. That cue ball's been so close to various pockets.
If there's going to be any sort of comeback, good things to happen to him this evening. And of course here is something very good. No way in the world he knew a great deal about it. You wouldn't deny him it though. And a fairly torrid afternoon, all things considered.
Yize, 1.
Yize couldn't have played that last shot any better to get tight in behind the bold colour in the way that he has. Means that Neil Robertson, yes, he's on the way to hitting a red. He's not really going a very direct route. You know, he's got to go twice across. Can't even go the one cushion route into them. It's a good shot, though, goodness, that is. Very good. Well, if he takes on this pink, he's quite difficult. A lot of the ingredients of shots he's missed are in it, playing from the cushion into that middle pocket, which has given him absolutely nightmares today with easier pots than this. But, you know, what do? You've got to try and put everything right. Not an easy shot at all, this.
Yize, 1.
Never really threatened either. So Robertson quickly out of his chair. At last, something has come his way. Best part of half an hour of playing time tonight. He hasn't potted a single ball, the Australian.
black completely out of commission, and we'll try and get the bigger colours back into play here.
1.
There's the total playing time, 3.5 hours. We had a couple of long frames this afternoon, some quick ones as well. You get all sorts, of course, in these finals. This already feels like quite a big shot on this green. Trying to get going again after the break between sessions. And it's not there.
Neil Robertson 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of shot that if you're in any kind of stroke, you would fancy getting. I think the green seems to have come round and covered everything up. It looks to be at least 2 reds available, but the green goes into them, and you saw Neil pat the table slightly sheepishly. He realised he's got away with one there. This is good. Didn't know what to do. And he's pushed the red potable, but as he can hold it, Hewell is drifting down the table. Might just be able to play it gently and hold for the pink to the top right pocket.
1. Seven. Eight.
Overdid it slightly. He didn't have a huge margin for error because he's coming back across a line of which the pink is on. You're not coming in behind it, you're going across it, so you have to hit it perfectly, pace-wise.
With 8.
Yeah, slight bow of the head, not his best safety.
One. 4.
Yeah, I think the red through the middle is the one up the table. Playing it into the middle, not the end.
5. Now Robertson 5.
There's no reaction to not landing on one of the 4 colours in that area, just played the snooker.
I think the target red likely to be the red just to the right of the black, right down the table here, twice across. Trying to do a little damage by laying up to that one. Cuba's got to go a long way to reach it, though. It's not online, I'm afraid. He's left the other red.
Robertson 4.
It was not an easy shot, but he was quite a long way off.
Of course.
Okay, well, it's going back. I don't think he's going to get an easier chance than that. Even if Yize misses again, he'll never be on that red any better. So it looks like Neil Robertson just trying to collect some points. In the end, Yize, if he keeps going this way, will hit it, I suppose.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson 4.
You're joking. You're joking. How has that missed? I mean,
Yep.
done everything but hit it. It could only have been a fraction of a millimetre short, I think. I expected him to say nothing, the referee. I assumed he'd just hit it.
Foul and a miss. Neil Robertson 4.
Once again, he's got this shot at the red. It's not a lot different to the one he refused. Very powerfully played there and accurately. Choice of a number of colours here. I mean, he keeps looking down at the pink, which would be quite an adventurous shot. So he's going to try and force the green in. It's a missable one, this. Played with pace. Very nicely struck.
4.
Yeah, so half an hour frame, but Neil Robertson is in no rush.
11.
His focus has been excellent the whole tournament. We've seen it again here, that determination. And, of course, it's been present off table as well, the work he's done. We saw Joe Perry at the start. He's been a help. In the span of his career, 2 years without a title is not actually that long. But, of course, it's been difficult, certainly last year when he missed out on various events, including, of course, playing at the Crucible.
12.
This is one thing to have to qualify for the Crucible, but then in qualification not make it would be quite painfully explained in the interview that, you know, it was bad, but you just get through it. I think worse things can happen, of course, considerably worse. But it is still a bit of a shock after all those years to miss out.
But if he does win tonight, he'll be in the Champion of Champions.
18.
Players Series, certainly the first couple of those events. Top 16 if he can bed himself
19.
in there again. The Masters, all of that will follow. And that is all in the background if he can win this frame and one more.
$25. $26.
Son Alexander in the middle there. He's been here for a few days, hoping to be part of the celebrations later. Robertson needs 2 reds here, just checking the scores, 28 in front.
32.
It's been a hard-earned frame if he wins it. A lot of safety, a lot of patience needed.
33.
Because he makes a lot of big breaks. He had a couple of back-to-back hundreds earlier. But this has been a different frame, albeit one equally as important. Yize made a great start. He's been stopped in his tracks this frame.
$39.
Easier shot for a left-hander than otherwise.
$40.
He's absolutely making sure of the red, and now, as you say, he's at the point where Yize needs a snooker. Could drop in behind the black, I suppose, to keep things even tighter.
This is where those foul points have come in handy. You know, the 3 times that Yize missed when he was trying to just play it up to the red by the black, have made a difference.
The blue ball. Yeah, Robertson. 40.
Well, he tried to keep things tight and maybe get the snooker, but he hasn't achieved it. It is only one snooker. Not done yet. It might be now.
Foul near Robertson. 5. And a free ball.
Yeah, too much going on now. Difference of 41. Free ball has been awarded by referee Marcel Eckhart. Can't roll behind. Can't take the blue as a free ball and then roll behind it. That's one thing that would be a foul, but he can use the blue and then snooker behind green and brown. which he might do now after he's potted the blue as a red. Either way, the frame is looking more and more like it's going to be his.
Yes, the break was only 40, but it was arguably the most valuable that he's made all day.
Yeah, I mean, look, he could lead the snooker, but it looks like he's trying to leave it absolute fiendish snooker, even though he's so far in front. Putting the green safe, so he's... He's taking no chances here, is he? The old sand and cement treatment he's given it.
Yeah, he needs two himself, Yize. Oh, nice kiss, nice kiss.
I mean, it may not look too bad a table for getting snookers, but it's not really. I don't know how you get these here. Even if he does, it's the black and the red. The 8 points he needs there are not easy either, so... Got a snooker or two, it's going to be very difficult to claw back these points, though. From a snooker nearly. It's one of these frames you just want to win, and it's not really any fireworks in it. Easy swerve. Robertson would not mind leaving the red for Yize at the pot, because clearly Yize wants it on the table so he can get a possible free ball. Neil Robertson could roll this red over to one of the pockets and invite him to pot it. Just like that, really. If Yize pots this red, Robertson is an even stronger favourite to win the frame. There's just the colours left.
One.
Well, that's it now, he concedes. So a 40-minute frame. It was an excellent 40 break from Neil Robertson, just holding off any potential recovery. He's one away, leading 8-2. Neil Robertson one frame away from picking up the Steve Davis Trophy. I just want to mention one other person here, John Higgins, who joined the top 16. That's the elite group in snooker on May the 1st, 1995, and he has been there ever since. 10,738 days, has not dropped out. If Neil Robertson wins tonight, he will do. He's been there under 9 prime ministers. It's been an incredible achievement. Of course, he can get back in. There's another ranking event starting tomorrow, but Robertson will end that extraordinary spell of nearly 3 decades if he does win one more frame. It was so long ago, you know, that John got in the top 16. It was the day after Oasis got to number 1 for the first time, which some might say. It seems, in terms of Robertson winning this, it's more definitely than maybe.
And that's kind of a rare mistake that Robertson has made, and a gift, really, this. Not the kind of mistake he would make all that often.
1.
Unforced error. There, if he can just land the cue ball on a red, preferably one of the couple of reds close to the black, it could get him started again. Yeah, that's good. He's not queuing over the top of a ball. Got easy access to this red.
Seven.
If he's going to play one of these swashbuckling attempts to open the reds at any point soon, don't think he'll do it here. But when he hits them, goodness, they stay hit.
14.
This could be it. Well, again, options if he doesn't want to go into them, but the angle he's got makes me think it's not impossible he will. Playing a delicate one. In fact, that's a beautiful shot. Better option than the opening of the bunch.
22.
But once the reds stick together somewhat, I don't know if he's got a thin cut to one to the left corner, but not a great deal moved this time. Maybe a red to middle, in fact. That must be tight. That's a real shame. That's a real shame. He just came slightly awkwardly. There was some promise in that chance, but this red is a tricky little shot to be playing. Robertson now looking for difficult places on the table at the bulk end so he can land the cue ball there. Seems to have picked an area that he will try and put Yize in. I'm not sure he feels he can play an easy safety shot. He might be having a dart at this. Very difficult.
One.
Oh, what an absolutely crunching pot that was.
Green ball.
The noise it made. Smack in the middle of the pocket.
Yize.
That's two good shots in a row. It's good to have that in your armoury, isn't it? You know, he couldn't see a safety shot, so what he decided to do was absolutely smash a long red in and then play a lovely controlled snooker. Two very different shots in a row. What's the problem is you want to try and target a red that's close to the cushion to just roll up to. And the one that's by the green is the only one that fits that bill, but I don't think he can get to it. I don't know what the plan is, but coming at an angle, it's hard to think he'd be sure not to leave one on here. Well, he's got to hit it hard enough.
Following the
It's
miss.
never reaching.
Yize 4.
Took a long time over, it wasn't worth the wait.
One.
So Yize has already got a useful lead in this frame, as he looks to extend this final. still all a learning experience, of course. He's still only 20. It's his birthday next month. Joined the tour just 3 years ago. He'll be in the top 32 no matter what after tonight. Quite significant, actually, because, for example, the Belfast event he wouldn't have to qualify for. He'd be playing at the venue.
$14. $15.
He doesn't roll balls in very much. In fact, sometimes when he does try to roll them, he misses them. But that punch that he adopts on these shots, the balls absolutely smack into the pockets when he hits them well. That's not bad. That's
22.
a nice little cannon. Might go left-handed on this. No, deciding to use the rest. It's not been a spectacular frame, but it's been a really well-played frame. The long ready, absolutely drilled in, is the reason he's got this chance next visit to the table.
$30.
I mean, this is a thunderous pot, isn't it? Look at that. Didn't have anything else. It was a safety shot, nothing.
So needs red in the colour. There is a red safe as well for a bit of insurance.
31.
So there's still the potential to take this to the interval. If he wins the next frame, he will do. $38. He is the 14th Chinese player to appear in a ranking final. 6 have been successful.
45. 46.
I mean, whatever happens, whether it goes to a mid-session interval or what, he's played a whole lot better tonight. You know, he's played some really nice controlled snooker. Something that he just couldn't really get his head around earlier. He's a very aggressive player, but it's controlled aggression tonight. And the ball's all going into the middle of the pocket.
59. $60.
They might play the cannon here, but he's got to watch out he doesn't hit the knuckle of the middle pocket and not hit the red at all. No, he's played it well. Got some sort of a shot at the red.
57. $68.
Well, if he can take the... then there's just enough on for a century. Of course, he started tonight with that 127 total clearance.
$73. $75. $78. 82.
Blue, pink and black for his 5th century of the tournament.
87.
It's been an absolutely superb break, this.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Wu Yize are not lying down. His 2nd century of the evening. Seriously impressive. A clearance of 100 exactly. 8-3.
Thank you. It's
There's
frame
the lovely
12.
Steve Davis trophy named in honour of an all-time great of the game. Of course, hailed from these parts. Wu Yize, he's not letting Neil Robertson get his hands on it yet. He's just made his 2nd century of the night. 8-3. If he can win this frame, we do go to an interval.
Definite miscue, which looked suspiciously like some sort of a containing shot. That's why he put his hand up, because he had no idea where cue ball was going to go, how it was going to throw off the tip. He's not gone too badly. Not a good shot. You're not unlucky to get the double kiss on those. If you think the double kiss is going to happen, it almost always will. It's one of the first real mistakes he's made tonight. It's always going to be tough to screw that in and finish this side of the vault line. The angle was quite wide on the red. Now, what's he doing here? It looks like he's trying to cut this in. This is a big shot to play. Going in towards the reds. Very aggressive shot selection, this. And he deserves good things to happen for that, playing a shot as adventurous as that one. He's got that cue ball moving around delightfully.
Yeah, he's clearly enjoying himself now, isn't he? He wasn't this afternoon.
13.
This time I expect him to really try and shift some reds. He might be playing through a smallish gap,
14.
while only just taking one out. That's even more controlled than we saw this afternoon, when he once or twice sort of smashed the reds open. So there's a little bit more subtlety to how he's performing tonight. When he needs to play the big shots, he will.
.22.
And this time he just gets a nice break. I think he deserved to be on that pink.
Well, great chance here to win another frame with a big break. His father's been, of course, very loyally watching
28.
on. Would have been quite a long journey from the junior
29.
days. He was World Under-21 champion when he was just 14. Wu Yize. There he is. Very proud of what he's watching.
Yes, I mean, for anyone that only saw this afternoon and think, well, how did he get to the final? Because he did not play well at all.
36.
You're seeing why he's here today in this session. playing great stuff.
37. $44. 45.
That's a nice little touch as well, I think,
52.
on the bottom red.
$53.
He's like a completely different player tonight, isn't he? He's played so well.
$60. 61.
Yeah, whatever else happens tonight, and it's not over yet, he's going to be a major, major threat. Not just this season, but in years to come. Still only 20.
Yeah, I mean, he's got all the tools, hasn't he, really? You know, the
66.
cue action is big, expansive backswing. There's a lot going on, but it's all good.
67.
He's very accurate, even when he's using pace. He's got a bit of a bounce around the table, hasn't he, tonight? He's feeling good about things, and so he should.
Yeah, this is frame ball, and we're going to the interval, and it could be that he'll make his third century.
74. 75.
Yeah, he played the cannon, and now he's faced with an awkward one. A little rueful smile. The red to middle to keep the break going. Far from easy, this.
Well, the break ends at 82, but what a wonderful contribution it was once again. Will Yize has made 2 centuries tonight. A lot of people are over quickly. It's still going. We are going to the interval, and Neil Robertson certainly won't be panicking with his vast experience, but he won't want to give Will Yize many more chances because he's been taking them this evening. He's been very, very impressive after a disappointing, nervy afternoon for him. Well, for those of you joining us, this is the final of the English Open. Neil Robertson 8, Wu Yize 4. Wu has been impressive this evening. He's won 3 of the first 4, so Neil Robertson still needs 1 more for victory. And the £100,000 first prize, back in the top 16 and all the spin-offs that come with it, but still needing 1 more frame.
Well, that's caused a problem now because of all the reds in open play, and there are an awful lot of them. A little sort of nod of the head there from Yize, I think, in acceptance that he's up against a difficult table here, because Robertson's last shot has threatened him. And he hasn't even really got the option to sort of drill a long ball in, because everything's going to be tricky from underneath that cushion. Is there an area in bulk where he can keep things safe? Just got to watch where this red goes. I think he's going to leave the cue ball in that corner and take the red round the angles. Just got to make sure the red doesn't go anywhere that's unkind to him. It's not a bad shot. Thought that one through and weathered the storm. Well, he's got an easy safety shot here off the right-hand red in bulk, but he's looking at winding himself up to take on one of those long reds. Even looking at them is something, because really almost everyone on the tour would just be playing safe off this red that he's now doing. Well, whatever happens from here, that little exchange was won by Yize, because he has a red on here, which is not an easy starter.
One.
Beautifully controlled shot, that. Well, he's earned this chance. How much, well, how many he makes from it, of course, different matter, but he's manoeuvred himself into a position to get in amongst them first in the frame.
Well, as he takes a couple of reds and blacks, it's worth remembering in the TV phase, if you like, the first couple of qualifying rounds, Fang Zhengyi did make a maximum, which is still worth 5,000 to him.
$24. 25.
Well, there was that burst before the mid-session interval, which took us to the break, which we didn't think we were going to get. So far, he's come out in the same sort of vein.
$28.
carrying on where he left off. This is a tough shot, though. Not only the pot, but the fact he was moving reds, shifting reds below it.
$35. $37. $38.
This is really good stuff. I mean,
43.
he looks... It's a different ball game tonight for Yize to earlier. He's just checking to see if the black goes to the left corner past the red. On the basis of that shot,
44.
it must do. Yeah, it certainly will pass. He's holding for that red, and now the black spot's clear. Frame's not won yet, but I tell you, he's not far away from
51.
achieving that.
52.
He might just nudge the three reds. If he could nudge the left side of them, he'd be on the one that's out in the open play over there, into the left middle. That's the shot that he's played. Beautifully done. That's very well executed, cleverly played.
$60.
Yes, it's no longer about the occasion, is it? It's just playing snooker. Now, whether that will last if he starts to get really close to Robertson, we'll see. But this is just terrific stuff from Yize.
$65.
This is the ball that should make it 8-5.
66.
The concern for Robertson has got to be is winning them in one visit. He's needing one chance.
$73.
That red stays out, but it's another terrific break, 73.
I think Neil's carrying on. You've just got to try and sort of, I don't know, take the steam out of the situation somehow.
1.
I don't know if he's got any real hopes of winning the frame. I don't think he has. He just wants to be at the table.
Yeah, the 3 frames that he lost before the interval, he didn't pot a ball in any of them. And it would have been the same here had he not decided to come and pot a few.
9.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens tonight, and we're assuming very much it's going to go 8-5. You know, Yize has got the balance right. He's an attacking player. But the controlled aggression he's showing and the odd subtle little shot here or there,
16.
he's got it all sorted out. He's almost like he's learning on his feet in this final. He's only a young man. He's going to get better all the time.
17. $23.
So 50 in it. Oh, well, there you are. He's not even trying for the snookers. He's trying to just get some table time. Fair enough. Perfectly entitled to do that, even though he's not really trying to get the frame won.
$31.
The thing is, he knows that unlikely comebacks can happen because he made one himself, of course. So he made a couple. He made one against Chow Yupeng in the Scottish Open 2017. He made one against John Higgins. From 9-4 down to win 10-9. That was when he won that Tour Championship, his last ranking title. He's having to wait a bit longer for his next one because Wu Yize is now playing some of his best snooker of the tournament to keep himself in this tournament. 3 frames, he had a 1-2-7 earlier.
If I can settle down, please, and take your seats. The 14th frame.
Neil Robertson still
Yize at a break.
one away.
I think the other thing to say is, because this is why players strive for such big leads when they can. Neil Robertson, this afternoon, he was winning all those frames. He knew he had to win, keep winning them. You know, there was no think, well, I'll be 5-3 or 6-2, they'll be okay, because you never know what sort of comebacks you're going to be up against. Now, that's an error, and he's been very lucky. So is the tide turning now, the run going? It was the first mistake he's made for a long time, and he got away with it, luckily.
One.
Oh. Wow. Oh, my goodness. What a shot. What a shot. Long, straight ball like that. Thudded into the back of the pocket. Wow. He's played 2 absolutely stunning shots in a row here. I mean, look at the way he's opened these reds, the speed he got on the ball. That was sensational.
Well, I don't care how cool a character Neil Robertson is, he must be concerned watching this.
Six.
Within a couple of shots where Yize has given himself every chance to pull another one back.
That's a good shot as well, because the blue's away from its spot. It's not a natural shot to play on the blue in open space like that when it's away from its usual position. It's A1. He may have had a chat with his father or something and been very frustrated this afternoon. It's all coming out in a positive way tonight, though, isn't it? I mean, no one's saying he's going to go on and win this, but it's great to see the journey he's on.
Yeah, and even if he loses now, and he hasn't yet, but one of the things people will remember from this final is this, how he's playing here.
12.
Would have been so easy for the shoulders to slump and you're almost 7-1 down, so they're just going through the motions, but he found something very special here.
17.
Well, interesting shot to play because he's played on the red below the pink, which just weaves its way through that gap and opens up the pink in the process.
18.
Well, he had a few difficulties in that pocket earlier. I have to say that the afternoon session he missed 3 or 4 easy balls, but mercifully that
24.
hasn't been the case tonight.
25.
But he's able to hit through the ball, you know, and thud balls into pockets. I can't think of too many players in the world game that do it better. It's a little delicate one sometimes that he has to rein himself in on.
Well, he, of course, came and tried to sort of clear the table at the end of the last frame, Robertson, just to get a few shots, but he's back in that seat again. First red was sort of fired in his general direction, wasn't it, into the yellow pocket?
Yeah, no, he's just taking a little bit of time over this because he hasn't really met with a real problem, but he's got to decide which red is the most effective to play. Gone away from his first
32.
thought. He couldn't see position, so he's doing all the right things. He's not just rushing into every shot. He's past that stage. He's banging the match.
$38. 39.
Yeah, I mean, the opening red that Dave was speaking about, what a shot. And then the brown to follow it, where the cue ball gathered so much pace and just went into the reds and demolished them, really.
$45.
Not really been able to clear the black spot. It's those two reds, they're not completely tying the black up, but they're just making things very awkward for him to land on the black, which would be the last piece of the jigsaw in a way. Done all the rest of it.
$46.
Well, that's one way to do it, and it was very measured. If there's anything that's not so good about that shot, the ready cannon has just pushed into the 6 now, and they're awkward. Now look, he's got
53.
to elevate the cue. I think he's got to play surely the red to left corner here, over the top of a load of reds, unless something goes to the middle. Well, this goes to the middle. This is a delicate one again. And now, very close to getting another frame one, but one more positional shot is required. Shown great poise here. He's not rushed into any of it. He knows how well he's playing. He's desperate to keep the break alive. Now, if that red goes past the black, he doesn't got to do quite as much positionally. Must be tight. Be good to see down that line, but makes a huge difference if it does go. Yeah, that will go all right. If he's behind it, that flies. Not quite facing the pocket
59.
right behind it, which would be easier, but this will certainly go if he hits it right.
$60.
So one more red knee after this, and it's going to be 8-6.
Well, he's played on either the bottom red or there's a red in the middle of the bunch which might go. It's all very intricate. This break's been taking a lot of hard work. It's not so much if the red goes this time, it's can he see enough of it from the other red? Trace of side maybe.
66.
First shot of the night, you potted a long red, and we said, "That's what you got to do tonight. Don't miss." And apart from the frame that he lost, he kind of hasn't. He's just completely flicked a switch here.
This has been the most fantastic break. I mean, whatever happens from here, he's already snooker's acquired. It's been absolutely stunning. The way that he's made it, the way that he's kept it going. The reds were open, but sometimes awkward. I mean, this is he just drilled that in, and you can't see a frame played better by anybody in the world than this. It's been spellbinding stuff.
Yeah, put together with the other frames he's won, this is as good as we've seen in the tournament, this spell. And now that it's 8-6, and how he's winning the frames, the comeback is well and truly on.
80.
Of course, the question then is, the closer he gets to completing it, can he play with such freedom like this? We'll see, but the main thing is he's put himself in that position.
Well, absolutely. I mean, for Neil Robertson, it's got beyond a joke.
86.
His father, his father there, is on the edge of his seat. Must be a very proud man, whatever happens in this final. But this is, it's kind of turned everything around because he had a bad afternoon session. And he's been magnificent tonight.
94.
Sunday night on UK television is so often about great drama. And we're seeing another one here, and Yize is playing now the starring role. This black for his third century of the night. Oh, what a shame. What a shame that he's missed the break. And what a performance overall. Yize refusing to go. He's won 4 on the spin. And Neil Robertson getting a big cheer as he comes back into the arena. His highest break tonight, Robertson, is only 40. He did a lot of damage, of course, this afternoon. He finished with 2 centuries, but 40, his best effort. His opponent has had a string of breaks. It could have been a third century there, but the 95 has brought it back to 8-6. And he's actually, in the match now, scored more points. Yize.
Yes, I think what he's got to do now, if he can, keep potting balls like he is, but he just got to keep the pressure on Neil Robertson, not do anything silly, because surely he's feeling it. You know, he's not won for a while, and he didn't expect this bombardment tonight, I don't think.
No, because it's just night and day from the performance this afternoon. He's gone from a sort of 2 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10 with Yize.
think Neil Robertson is at the point where he's desperately trying to take the sting out of things, you know, and just not get him out of his stride, but nothing's working like that. It just comes down to the point, if Neil does get a chance, he's just got to take it, I think, and pot the balls before Yize can pot them. He just isn't really getting any table time at all. He's sitting in that chair watching all this go on. I mean, all of the frames tonight that he's lost, Neil Robertson, he has played no part in. One of the frames he scored 33 points, but that was just after the frame was over and he was having a few shots. All the others, he's been just sitting in the chair, not putting a ball in any of them. Quite a good shot, but he has left this long red, and you know what that could mean. But from underneath that cushion, this would be a really difficult shot. Difficult pot with very little guarantees on getting onto a colour. Might be able to play the containing shot, but there's a red down there near the black spot as well, so not an easy decision, this. Well, it could be worse. If you miss it by that far, you don't leave the red on. Yeah, well, he's covered the right side of the table. There may be just an edge or two he can see, but it's not very promising. You can see what Neil's doing. He's just trying to slow it down a bit, take the edge off of his opponent, who's been all over him, quite honestly, and hope that something comes his way he can take. Well, if he hasn't got a safety shot, I suppose it's like anything else, he may as well try and pot one, but there's nothing easy here. Oh, goodness me. What is going on? It's one of the very few mistakes he's made. The red's gone in like a bullet into that top right. I suppose if he's going to launch one of the great comebacks, you need this to happen as well, on top of all the good.
Wow. What a thing to happen. Robertson must have been about to get out of his chair thinking this could be my opportunity. Not bound to get out of his chair again in the frame now.
Yeah, I mean, there's 8-2 up, you know. We've known that turned around, but can you think of very, very odd instances? The stars have all got to align, haven't they? And the run of the ball's got to change, the standard's got to improve, all sorts has got to happen.
5.
He kind of just gave a very cursory wave. He didn't really seem all that sorry about it, did he? Can't blame him.
Well, here we're here again, aren't we? I mean, it looked like a final that was petering out. It would have been a great story if Robertson had won easily, the coronation, all of that. It's turning into one of the most memorable that we've seen in recent times. Of course, the last final went down to the last black. Judd Trump with a great clearance against Mark Williams, but that had been a real nip and tuck affair. It's always a bit different when there's a comeback in terms of just the feeling in the room.
The thing is, I mean, Neil Robertson had him in all kinds of trouble from that last shot, and he looked for a long time, and he went for one. I don't blame him going for one, because he couldn't see a shot. Neil had him tied up in knots there, until the red ended up going into the top right pocket from an outlandish fluke. They say fortune favours the brave, don't they?
24.
I don't think he's got much of an angle here. Use a bit of force on this one. Well, he's playing a different red. This is tough.
25.
The full range of shots are coming out tonight from Yize. We just caught a glimpse that the pink does pass those two reds to the left middle. Again, it's a very delicate little shot to hold for a red. Well, it wasn't played delicately. When he can put his cue right through the ball in the way he did on that shot, he looks a very formidable player. The little delicate one he doesn't hit so well. But that kind of extra pace, incredibly accurate.
37.
Again, a bit of work to do here.
38.
And he can play on the pink will go, goodness me.
45.
Back to this afternoon, some of the balls he was missing, particularly to middle pockets, as Neil mentioned earlier, you know, you just thought he's not coping at all. And he wasn't then, but whatever he did between sessions, it's worked. I'm sure his dad had a word. Go out and enjoy it.
50.
He's certainly enjoying it now. There he is.
I mean, the pair of them, Yize and his father, must have been very disappointed with how he played when you know he can play like this. And then he misses that one again.
Yize.
There's something about
50.
that left middle, those little delicate shots. He puts all the difficult ones and misses the very odd easy one. It's amazing, isn't it, after all those pots, that this he stays up.
Well, it's the first ball in live play he's missed in a long time. And he hasn't won the frame from a fluke, but he's got a 50-point lead.
Yeah, Neil is always pretty cool and pretty sort of pragmatic about things, but he must be getting a bit frustrated, mustn't he? He's getting... If ever there is a mistake made, he's still not getting a pot. He got lucky there as well. That was not as planned. He hit both reds. Although he has left something.
Well, how's Neil Robertson feeling as he comes to the table here? We're about to find out.
Interesting if he can control the cue ball here. It's edging over close to those two reds by the black spot. A little bit thinner than that.
One.
It's no good. He's going on to these sort of shots cold, isn't he? Very cold. Nothing that he's seen for so long. He can't have any real flow to his game.
Now Robertson, 1.
So 5 hours playing time, and what a fascinating stage this is. It was 8-2 to Robertson, it's 8-6. Yize got the fluke, he made 50, missed a red. But where the balls are, if he leaves Robertson a chance, the clearance would be available.
Well, he's looking at the plant. I think if the cue ball was directly in line with the two reds, it would be easier. The cue ball's a bit low, which means it's not so easy as all that to judge. He ended up hitting it very quickly. He's undeniably rattled. I don't think anyone in his position wouldn't be.
Yes, and now red's run safe to that left side cushion, which doesn't favour him, of course, trailing in the frame.
And even that shot, the red flicked the yellow and now isn't potable anywhere. You're kind of thinking that the red hot spell of Yize might be just coming to an end, but ultimately still 49 in front in this frame, so he's holding all the aces again. Well, that's also pretty good for Yize. He might have intended that, just to get the pink a little more towards the cushion. Again, it's not a very nice looking table for a player 49 points behind. Balls are not in perfect spots. Don't know how he's feeling. He looks okay outwardly. Doing a lot of thinking, but he's not putting hardly any balls, and that's the biggest problem.
I mean, in general, he's a very positive character, very optimistic character, but that's being seriously tested right now, the onslaught that he's having to withstand this evening. It looked for all the world like 8-7 as well, didn't it, until Yize missed that red to the middle. But he's not leaving him any chances.
No, I mean, he's played everybody multiple times. He's played all of the greats. He's won himself, but I can't imagine too many players have thrown this much at him over the years. And I mean anybody.
Well, we've seen Yize knock all sorts in tonight, and there's another long red available.
Yeah, he doesn't have to play it because he's in front.
Help himself, and when he that, you can't blame him.
Well, this is it, and there's another absolutely magnificent ball that he potted there.
Six.
So, second chance, of course, first started with the fluke. There was nothing lucky about that. Robertson didn't play the best safety, but even so, it was a terrific pot to set up a chance for 8-7.
7.
Well, if you're in the Neil Robertson camp with his family or Joe Perry, his coach, you're worried. You've got to be worried because it's got beyond a joke for him now. You know, you expect a bit of a backlash, a player 8-2 down, throwing his arm at a few, but it hasn't really been like that. It's been absolutely pure brilliance.
Thanks.
And it seems to be the onslaught is not ending here.
Yeah, I mean, either way now for Neil Robertson, it's going to be memorable. It's either going to be his first ranking title for 2.5 years, or he's going to be on the wrong end of one of the best comebacks we've ever seen in a major final. And right now, you wouldn't want to say which one is going to happen.
19. $20 in your frame.
The comeback continues. It's 5 on the spin. This is now anyone's. 8-7. Was 8-0 up on Dennis Taylor, was beaten, but that was a 2-day match. Stephen Hendry beat Mike Hallett from 8-2 down, 9-8 to win the Masters.
Frame 16.
Sean Murphy,
Yize
same
break.
turnaround in the Wuxi Classic against Ding Junhui, but in a ranking event, to win from 6 down with 7 to play would be unprecedented in a final. But Will Yize, if he can win the next 2 frames, will have done exactly that. But as I say, now what's interesting, now that he's got a chance to win this tournament, is can he play with that same freedom? Well, we're going to find out. Neil Robertson determined to get in and stop him from having the chance to do that.
Well, that might not matter. Your eyes were quickly shifting across to see the red where it's gone. So it'll only be the value of that 4 points. He's not left anything. I mean, look, if you're a snooker aficionado, a neutral, so many are, you know, you just love to see this go 8-all and see what happens thereafter, how it'll all unfold. But of course, if you're involved in the Neil Robertson camp, you absolutely do not want to see that. That's the last thing you want on your mind. On all this time without winning, and he gets hit by all this. But 8-all would be quite something if it happened. He's sizing up this red. Screwing off the cushion.
1.
Oh my goodness. It's another incredible part. Look at how cleanly it went in. It's frightening, isn't it? It really is. Not nicely on the black. Not to get onto a red after it anyway. I mean, you can't really say he's unlucky not to be cleanly on a red, because what is he thinking? He's thinking that he never misses, and when he does, the ball's still going somewhere.
Oh, wow. It was a bit of a blur, wasn't it, as that black flew back across the cushion. Here it is again.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's easy for someone like me that doesn't play anymore to say that's one shot too many, because in hindsight, it does look like that. But when they go in, we're not saying it. The only thing I would say is he's looking at a plant now, and that is enough to give Neil Robertson plenty to think about if that goes in as well. I don't think he can get to the plant, but he certainly looked at it. Doesn't want to leave it, perhaps. No, he is actually playing safe. And that's what he has to do very occasionally. And look how well he's done it. Neil, again, could have been on an easier red than the one he's left with. But he's not showing any real emotion. He's not waving his arms around or all of the things that come as human nature to most people who play this game. Yeah, the run has turned horribly against him, as well as everything else that's gone on.
One.
Well, he played it without any confidence. I know it went in, but look, he didn't at any point think about getting on the black. He just didn't want to leave a red. So it looked nice, but it was not really hurting his opponent.
Yeah, Robertson, one.
Just can't imagine that Neil Robertson will want to take any risks here. I think he was always going to do this, just drop up to the reds. I think you'd be petrified to leave anything on for Yize.
If you come around from here, you can see it.
Well, he's not giving it touching ball, and he's not going to change his mind, Marcel.
It's not touching. It's not touching.
Possible re-rack if the ball stay in this position. There's so much to risk by playing too expansive a shot. Needs to be careful he doesn't leave the red to middle here. Well, as he covered it, he looked straight across at the line. It's mighty close as to whether this ball is available. Bit of tension in Neil Robertson's arm, but I think he's just got it far enough. And now Yize has got to be equally as careful, because the balls are in good positions for the next player to get in. At least he's having a good look at this, because this is maybe the biggest shot we've seen so far. I think he's looking at pulling that red to middle, past the one close to the pocket, but screwing across and not leaving anything. But even then, it looks incredibly difficult. This is a really difficult shot. That's not bad. I mean, there's something that might go, but he's not done too badly there. He's still in this.
Well, one thing's for sure, there's an absolute pile-on for someone here. The first player to get in. It will be a frame-winning opportunity where the Reds are, but who's it going to be? Been an evening of big breaks from this man. This is a tense passage of play, though. Very important one as well.
It's a good shot, isn't it? Look, he's blocked off all the Reds over on the right side. Neil he's hardly getting anything to go at, and this has got beyond a joke. You know, he's barely had a pot in live play for, I don't know, about an hour and a half of this evening's session. I suppose what Neil will take some consolation. This is a very different sort of a frame now. I value colours up there, tied up. Maybe the kind of frame he needs to just scrape over the line, not open. Because the open frames, Yize has been absolutely devouring, to be honest. Very intelligent shot. I think he tried to get blue and pink back in play there.
One.
Wow. Well, his luck has changed. He's overcut the red to middle. Cannon into that one, and it's gone in. What a moment for that to happen. I got one, he said. Let's be honest, his opponent's had a few. But always with flukes, it's about what can you do from them.
Yeah, I mean, they do say that luck evens itself out, which, of course, some people would argue that's not the case, but I think it did there. He was all out to pot a ball, wasn't he? Any ball in any pocket.
Well, it's an unconventional table, to say the least, but can Neil Robertson here use his many years of experience to start building a nice lead?
Yeah, he'd be eyeing up where that blue is. It could be that he can get onto the blue and he'd love it back on his own spot. The red that's close to the green spot, he might be able to pot and just land on the blue into the top left, and then all of a sudden get this show on the road, or whichever red he plays, the blue might come into the thought process.
8.
I mean, it could end up a really good chance, this. It's got the colours are a little bit awkwardly placed.
One thing I've felt the whole tournament is that his thinking has been excellent, his discipline has been excellent, so that's the frame of mind he needs to stay in for the next however many minutes it needs to get over the line if he can.
Yes, I mean, look, he was on the wrong end of some wonderful potting and some pretty cruel luck, but I can think of a lot of players who might have just combusted under those circumstances. He didn't show any reaction.
11.
When he got his fluke, he just calmly said, "I've got one." He kind of knew what he meant.
Yes, I mean, over the years he's demonstrated considerable strength, hasn't he? Strength of character, just to come from Australia, to leave your family behind as a young man and chase your dream. No money in your pocket. Says a lot about him. I think if he wins now, I mean, I thought this at the start of the night at 7-1, but even more so now, if he wins, this has got to be very near the top of the list of all-time wins for him. You never beat the World Championship, but in terms of what he's gone through in the last 2 years and what he's gone through this evening, if he gets there.
18.
Yes, well, now he's got that blue free, so this becomes an even better chance. Been upgraded. There's a proper chance now.
In a funny way, this is what he's been missing, hasn't it? When he's been sitting out big tournaments, the drama,
23.
the thrills and spills of top-level snooker.
24.
Anything I would say is he's taking quite low-value colours, so he's never going to quite breeze away from Yize in this frame by doing so. So it might take him a lot more pots to put the match to bed.
$26. 27. 32.
'Green is safe as well, so as he's building a lead that is to his advantage.
33.
Yeah, a few options here because he has got the red up the table on the right side, but if he's straight enough on this blue, he might think he can split the two reds below the cue ball now and pop one of them, and of course the other one then is out in open play also. So he's interested in doing that, getting on that right-hand red of the two, somewhere where he's cueing. Holding the spot, that means blue on the black spot, which he won't mind any of this right now. The points are mounting up.
$39.
Yes, 41 in front now, with 67 on.
44.
He's been able, it seems so far, to focus just on the table as Wu Yize looks on. What a performance it's been this evening from him.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's really come of age in this match. We knew he was good. We've seen how good he is this week, but what we've seen tonight is on a different level, actually.
45.
And he'll come out of it with a lot of credit, even if he does lose, which is looking slightly more likely now. You know, if he doesn't go on and do big things in this game, then I'll be staggered.
Well, 47 with the blue. So he's a few balls away now. Just plotting the course here.
I mean, it's this uncertainty of sport. It was 7-1. No one really thought this was going to be much of an evening,
50.
really. But it's been fantastic.
51.
Here we go then. This brown would get him 52 in front with 51 on.
Basically, it's another red, isn't it, that he really wants, even though, as you rightly say, it's down to a snooker with this brown going in.
Yeah, you're quite right, though. He wants the extra ball. But
55.
I think his son has actually left the arena. He was getting too much for him, maybe, but I'm sure we'll see him if Neil can pop this ball. This really feels like it is for victory. If only it were that straightforward.
55.
He feels it rolled off, I think. So one snooker required.
One.
Well, the black ball is not on his spot. I wonder if he even noticed that, because he probably played on it in such a way as that it was. This might not go in. Well, he's still in there, still fighting away. Could really do with
8.
getting it down to one red, or to be honest, he could have taken it all the way down
We use it.
to the colours, and the green, it's one snooker if you can take high value colours, but then the red up the table with the black would be difficult. So he's just doing what he can. Interesting shot there from Neil, because Yize, you'd think, would just push this red down the table. And that kind of makes the table look a little bit more friendly for getting a snooker than it was earlier. That's not worked out too badly. Bit of a difficult one, isn't it, for both players? I'm not quite sure how to go about this. Neil Robertson, when that fluke went in this frame, he must have been... his eyes must have lit up there. Well, that's the one, isn't it? That is the one. He's not gone enough. And
Extraordinary. And Yize more than played his part, but it's Neil Robertson back in the big time. Full of praise for his determined opponent. But Neil Robertson ends a 2.5-year wait for a ranking title. He wins an absolute thriller here at the English Open, 9-7. Final that will live long in the memory. You can see the relief.
Ladies and gentlemen, £1,000, the trophy and the title. 2024 Bet Victor English Open champion. He's back, Neil Robertson.
Neil Robertson, a great snooker player, but he's also a son, a husband and a father. And how sweet to have his family here with him. I'm sure they never doubted him. I'm sure they kept the faith. And they can enjoy these moments.
Once again, your champion,
all
Neil
the sweeter
Robertson.
for how he was put under it.